ちは。こんにちは。こんにちは。
Konnichiwa. I'm very happy that I picked that particular sound font. Greetings, welcome. I turn all the way this way. I don't want to turn all the way that way. Need to here. Rotate a little bit this way. Happy Friday Eve. Yes. So I mentioned yesterday that I had a backlog of games, but I didn't actually show what it is I'm talking about that I'm making. This is what I'm making. Okay, so there's a website called backlog.com, and they allow you to make all these lists of different things, right? So going down, I'm gonna have this linked below Twitch and in the Discord. So I have different folders here, like YouTube and Legacy, where you can see my YouTube Let's Plays, and it shows back when like 10 years ago when I started my YouTube channel one. There was only one. The Let's Plays that I did there. Which were these 5 games, and then this as a special. And at the end of this, once I get everything finished, and it's not anywhere close to finished yet, you can click on one of these and you can see information about the game and whatnot. But you can see my list here, and in the notes, you can see this. And when you click on this, it takes you to the playlist on YouTube of that game. Right, so if you want to see like Metroid, for example, you click on the little note, you click on the playlist, and bam, there's the Metroid playlist. And you can display this in grid format, or you can display it in detail, where it will just put the link to the playlist right there, right below it. And as you can see, I don't have DLC Quest set up yet because I'm going to be redoing the playlists and everything on YouTube as well. Yeah, that's this is how I'm hoping to be able to do lists and things, and I think that this works. If I just give this information out, let me see. Let me post it over here in a different browser that I'm not logged in on, and see what we get. Yeah, and you can just go back. Okay, yeah, that works. Let me close that down. Okay, so you'll have these folders over here, and current shows all of the current things. All the games that I've streamed so far this year, right here, 2025 streams. All of the multiplayer game options that I currently have available for collaboration. So if you want to see what games I can collab with that I have in my library that are indeed multiplayer games, I'm going to have them all listed. I only have some of them listed right now, but I'm going to have all of them listed right here as collaboration options. And then games that I've started but then put on the shelf to finish later, I've got all of those right here. And there may be a few more. I'm still going back through everything. And then games that where I finished the game, but there's DLC for the game that I haven't touched yet. And there are two big DLCs for Final Fantasy 16. There's a DLC for Forspoken, and there's a DLC for The Outer Wilds. This DLC for Shredder's Revenge is just adding these two reptiles here to the list of playable characters. So I don't think there's a whole lot to see there. And I mentioned when I finished God of War Ragnarok that Valhalla was a DLC that was just like a one-player repeatable dungeon type thing, to just kind of get more time, get the player to sink more time into that. And I wasn't that interested in it, but I put it on here in case anyone else might be interested in it. Yeah, so going back here, the Twitch Legacy streams, these are the ones that I've converted into YouTube series, and like before, the notes there will link you to this series over on YouTube. And then we got Stream Archive. Now these are all the games that I finished in the particular years that I've been streaming, right? So I started in November of 2022, and I got these 4 games finished by the end of 2022. And you see, I don't have the notes on here yet. I'm still working on it. But I've got all the games from 2022, and I've got all the games from 2023. And this list is in the order that I beat the game in 2023. And these two have notes on them because they're movie reactions instead of gameplay videos. And then all the games that I beat in 2024. We had a little bit of a quick NES run right there. All of these games from here to here, from here to here, were beat across, I think, 2 days on holiday. So yeah, these are all the games that I beat in 2024. 2025 is in the current section, and then down here we got game catalogs, and so I've got listed here all the different catalogs that I have for games. So I have Amazon games. This is old Atari stuff that I have, and I've taken my old physical video game collection and digitized it. I digitized it and turned it into ROMs and ISOs a long time ago, and currently that is in storage because it takes up a lot of space and I have a small apartment. Even if it wasn't in storage, I don't have the hardware necessary to play it on original hardware. Because a lot of people don't understand that you can't just take an Atari 2600 or a regular Nintendo Entertainment System and plug it into your computer and have it go. You have to plug it into a converter and then have the converter plugged into a splitter that's then plugged into your capture card. So you're filtering it through several different things. With some of these setups, you actually need to have the easiest way to do it is to connect it through a VCR. Which, for those of you who don't know, VCR means video cassette recorder, and it's what people use to watch movies before DVDs. Let me reset that a little bit, maybe. There we go. Maybe. Is that better? Okay, I need to move this over here so I can see when I do the reset. Because right now when I tilt my head up, it closes my eyes. Okay. Okay, I think that's better. Still kind of facing up, though. I don't want to face up. There we go. Now it's fixed. So put that back over there. So yeah, and those switches and converters and everything that you need to connect this old hardware to modern computers is surprisingly expensive for a lot of it. And I don't have that technology available to me at the moment because I don't have the money to buy it. It's expensive. So my solution to this was to well, I said I had this model thing fixed, but my mouth doesn't seem to be moving. There we go. Yeah, that's a lot better. Now it's working. But yeah, a lot of this technology is really hard, so I can't play a lot of this on original hardware. That is the goal. One day, when I have more space and more funds to put into the channel. But right now, not really a possibility. I wonder if I could make a setting change here. It's a setting that I used to have on, but it was doing weird things. If I do audio hybrid lip sync, now it's going to move my mouth when it detects sounds from the microphone. This back over here. Yeah, and there's a lot of steps to getting my VTuber model to function correctly, and there's more steps that I need to take to actually get it fixed up. So yeah, I have games from all of the catalogs that you see here, like Amazon games. Like here's one that I finished. This is everything that I have on battle.net. Yeah, so I got the remastered versions of Warcraft. I got Warcraft 3. I just combined all of World of Warcraft into like one, and this one says classic, but there's all of World of Warcraft in there. I'm gonna spread that out a little bit later. I've got all the StarCraft games. I think they're both listed on here. No, StarCraft 1 is not on here because I played it on the channel. It's on the shelf. But I'm going to fix that. Okay, so I guess Battle.net isn't actually finished. But there are 4 pages of catalogs here. Like here's mostly everything that I have on the Nintendo Switch. And I'm removing duplicates. Like I'm going to take these 2 Steam Worlds off of the Switch because I already have the almost entire collection on the PS4. So I'm going to remove, and I've taken the Mega Man games off of the PS4 because I've got almost all of the collections right here. I don't have the BattleNet, the network collection. So I'm condensing it down. I'm only going to have games at one location, which is the most optimal location to play the game at. So I've got like 4 pages. Here's some of the play. I started with bringing in my PlayStation games, and then I figured, okay, I need to actually go through and fix my back catalog of games. So that's what I've been doing like all last weekend and during the day on Monday and all day yesterday. I am fixing up my archives to get them organized and sorted and all in one place because currently they're in like 5 or 6 different places around the computer. And I'm building this backlogged catalog here. And the goal for this is I'm going to have another like list over here of games that are up for voting on the channel when I turn the voting system back on so you guys can vote on games. And I'm going to link to the backlog page here so that you can see which games are eligible for which voting options, and if you want to write something in. And if there's a game that you want me to play that I don't own for some reason, and you make the suggestion, I'm going to add those suggestions to this list right here. So this website, once I get all the information dumped into it, is going to be able to show you what I've streamed and where to find the VODs for all of those streams, as well as all the legacy YouTube stuff that I've done. It's going to show you all the current stuff that I'm doing, games that I've completed, collaboration options, games that are looking to come back that I put on the shelf. I'm going to have a wall of shame here of games that I am never going to come back to just because they're bad. As well as all the games that I have across all of my collections that are available for play. Yeah. So this is the backlog, as I'm going to call it, just because it's from the website Backlogged. So this is one of the things that I was doing in the background over the weekend, because I've been building the button here on the stream. So I'm actually going to turn this back on, and I need to open this up, my little hopper here. All right. Now I was having problems, and I was thinking I may need to take this button here and split it into 2 different buttons. Maybe. Because it doesn't actually need to be called if nothing's happened. Okay, yeah, so it doesn't actually need to be called if nothing's happened. Okay, so let's pause this and see if we can start the music. we go. That up a little bit. Now it's still messing up top. But I can hear the variable. Then if I stop music, if I start the loop, okay, so it turns the loop on there. Then I can stop the music. Okay. So I'm having problems with these buttons here being called correctly. Okay, so turn this music back on. Yeah, there it goes. Okay. Let's look at everything that's happening. If target mode is null, set it to 3. Current mode is null, set it to 3. If mode 1 active is null, set it to 0. Mode 2 active is null, set it to 0. If mode 3 active is null, set it to 1. Okay, so all the variables will be set 33001 when this button activates if they are not already active. And all the variables from this button persist. And then we're checking modes. If mode 1 is active and mode 2 is active and mode 3 is active, we drop in here and we check the current mode. If it's 1, we swap it to 2. If it's 2, we swap it to 3, and if it's 3, we swap it to 1. So all this is doing right there is swapping the mode. And then it's calling the top display button with the new mode set. That might be the issue. Because top display has a current mode. Is it getting confused over these variables? Okay, so I'm going to call these D because this is the button. I'm going to call these T. These are timers. And throughout here we need I don't know why I started playing. So now I have to. We're gonna have to wait 30 seconds for this to swap. Might be able to speed that up. I hope this fixed it. Okay, let's take a look and see. Why did it call the stop music button? I feel like I'm getting accurate reporting from the button. So I think this is why I might need to. And it shut itself off. Okay, there's some weird things happening with the logic here that it's not following the logical path. If loop is active when it gets to the end, call the reset timer, otherwise call the stop button timer. And it shows why is loop. Well, loop is currently set to inactive because it called the stop button timer, but right now loop is equal to 1. So that means when it comes here and it checks if loop is equal to 1, okay, and it should wait. Why is it switching that fast? This is why I don't like using the internal timer feature in here instead of like loop timers, because somewhere in the code for this program, their timers do not work properly. And that's a prime example, because going by the delay activation here in milliseconds, it was clearly activating instantaneously, even though the reset timer was set to 180 seconds. There's no reason it should have been triggering one right after the other like that, unless it's just triggering and not looking at the timer. And for all of the cool things that this program does, there is some lazy programming in here, because of this activation here being in milliseconds, and then in other places being in minutes, and other places it's in seconds. Make it universal across your program. Make it universal. It's milliseconds one place, make it milliseconds everywhere. If it's seconds one place, make it seconds everywhere. Don't make me do conversions on it, which is what this does here, because here there's no option for milliseconds, but here in the same thing the delay is in milliseconds, and everywhere else here is in milliseconds, but right here what it reports back is going to be in seconds, so a conversion has to be done. Yeah. Anyway, nitpicking. As for why this is not calling correctly, I am not sure, but let's take a look at this first. Copy this first. That down. Then I'm going to see that right there, it shouldn't be doing. And it's not telling me which button it's calling. And I don't, is it this thing that's doing it? It could be. Okay, so we're gonna have a timer here. I'm reading this here. Oh. And I'm manually gonna turn that off. It turned it back on. Nothing is... There should be nothing calling anything here that can turn the music on. Close Sammy and open it back up. There should be no calls being made here, and I'm going to turn off its ability to call anything. So this button should never activate. And if it is activating, then the program is randomly activating things itself without any input from me. And that means I'm going to have to go back to the forums and ask, hey, why are these buttons activating themselves when nothing is calling them and nothing is clicking on them? Okay. All this does change. Changing keys to C. Okay, so all of the C's. If target mode C is null, set target mode C to 3. If current mode C is null, set current mode C to 3. If mode 1 active C is null, set mode 1 active C to 0. If mode 2 active C is null, set mode 2 active C to 0. If mode 3 active C is null, set mode 3 active C to 1. Okay, that looks correct. Now, if mode active C, mode 1 active C is equal to 1, and mode 2 active C is equal to 1, and mode 3 active C is equal to 1, we fall into here, and then we get the current mode. If current mode is 1, set current mode to 2, and call the top display button to change it to mode 2. If the mode is 2, set the current mode C to 3, and then call the top display button to change it to mode 3. If the mode is 3, set current mode C to 1, and then call the top display button to change it to 1. If mode 1 active C is true, and mode 3 active C is true, just drop into here and get the current mode C. If it's 1, set it to 3, and call top display to switch it to 3. If it's 3, set it back to 1, then call top display to switch it. Then, if mode 2 active C is true, and mode 3 active C is true, get the current mode. If it's 2, set it to 3, then call the button to update it to 3. If it's 3, set it to 2, call the button to update it to 2. That seems fairly straightforward, and should be saved and good, and I never have to come back into that button to do anything again. Now, Grabbing variables not from top timer, but from top change. We're looking at current mode C for both of these variables, and we're setting them to a new variable called current mode D because this is top display. And then we're looking at which switches we need to make. If I run this button right now, so we're gonna pop down to new variables right here. And one. That off. This is where I'm testing. Current mode is 1, and I want to switch it off. Let's do that. Okay, that switch from 1 to 3 did not work properly. Okay, let's try to switch from 1 to 1. Okay, so we're having a problem here with switching and timing. Oh. One moment. I don't know why I try to answer the phone during stream. I should just ignore everybody. Okay, so I'm gonna need to change variable names all throughout here. A second. I'm gonna call this top. Set that to top. Have the variables named correctly. Maybe things would actually just here. Do I actually need this to be its own separate button? Because we're not actually changing any text in this button. We're doing that over in the other one. All this is doing is changing visibility. Why did I split this into two different things? I don't understand. Move them back. Wonder why done that. Okay. Run the transition. We set the transition file. Make it visible so that it's running. Step back to on. Reappear here. Yay! Thank you. A little bit of a skip sometimes. So these items are already going to be set. The text is what I'm going to be bringing in. This is where I need to put it, and that's what I need to send it to in order to make it fade in and out properly. Single done. Set that to 650. Swap into mode 2. Back to mode 1. Appearing a little bit early. Okay. Okay, that's looking good. Okay, so 1802 works for that text right there. There. Our top trends, top bar. So that sits on top of that text box. Okay, so the text always sits on top of the top bar text box. Ooh, so I wonder. Why is it this 1752? Is that 7 to function correctly? Ooh, it does. Does indeed. Okay. So this needs to be 50. Happens. Now, single set, double set, triple. Delete the button call. This 650. Set each of these. Then switch from mode 2 to mode 3. Yeah. Run that one more time. Bam. Okay. Now it's just a matter of grabbing the other one. Here. Paste this 17. These 6. And that should take us from double back to single. We got double to double. Delete the button. Oh, I hope it is 650. All those. Now the triple. We're just slowly gutting this button. Double to double. Triple to double. Last one, triple to triple. Okay, so that now. I think that should work. This button can back now. Okay. Ideally, I'd want this one to be top me. This one is mode decider. This one be switched. mode decider here. So I would be setting target mode to 0. Okay, I need more logic here. Let's break down the logic of what this button actually needs to do. If target mode is equal to 0, switch. Else specifically the one needed. So I need a mode to catch if there's no target being sent, and then perform this swap. Otherwise, perform a specific swap if we are, based on what the target is. This target mode could be 0 to 3. And there's currently no check for the target mode here. All this does here is checking for the timer. So that's the timer check there. Put in the if statement right here. If target mode target mode D is 0. Do this. Target mode. Yes. So this is not switching to a specific mode. This is when the timer runs out, it's going to trigger this button and set the target mode to 0 independently of this button. And it's going to do that, I think, every 20 seconds would probably be good. 21 seconds, because I like that number better. Every 21 seconds, that button is going to call this button and set target mode to 0. And then this button's going to come in here and it's going to say, oh, target mode is 0. Then I need to check which modes are active and then swap to the next active mode, which is what this does. We can add a comment right here. That is check. Check target mode. That's what this is doing. Checking the target mode. We're checking which modes are active. And we are rotating to the next mode. Calling the changer button. Yeah. If we're passing in a 0 value, we check which modes are active and we rotate to the next mode. With this. Here. Rotate to the next mode. Rotate to the next mode. Gonna need to make a All right. Yeah. Thank you. I don't have a look button set up. But thanks for coming around to watch me try to figure out how to make this button work. I realized I was missing an entire set of logic for actually making this work. So now I'm trying to create that logic. So that's if mode is equal to 0. Now,
こんにちは。こんにちは。
greetings
こん
come.
にちは。
Although you should be second. Oh my, did I break that? Because Lojo actually claimed first. That might be broken now. That might be broken. I need to make a note that that might be broken. Okay. So I gotta remember to fix that. Because it totally should have announced you as number 2. I don't know why it didn't.
Emotional damage.
Okay, so I've got 0. What exactly do I need to do if it passes this? If I get mode D is 1. Do I need to do anything super fancy with it. I just set current mode to 1 and then call the top changer button. Yeah, I mean, it's literally just this. I don't know if I need a closing. Current mode is set. Else. That's the wrong button. Else, if it's equal to 2. Target mode 2 is equal to 2. Set that to 2 and call the top changer button. Then I put 2 here, that should be a D, that would have broken the whole thing. If it's equal to 3, change it to 3. So now it's going to check if it's equal to 1. We change the current mode to 1, and then we call the changer button to switch it to mode 1. If it's equal to 2, we change the current mode to French, randomly. And then we call the changer button to change it to 2. And then if it's 3, we set the current mode to 3, and we call the top changer to the mode. I wonder if I can't do that simpler with a switch statement. Then I wouldn't have to nest if statements, and I can keep it relatively simpler. And like in normal code, if I was writing this in C, I wouldn't care. I could write an if else statement and do it. Since down here the nesting is getting crazy, and it does nest all of these over, I wonder if I just put a switch statement right here, if that would just look better. Switch statement. Yeah. And then I can just put 4 cases in here. And that would actually end up looking a whole lot cleaner. Then I just drop this in here. And which modes are active, and then rotate to the next. We are in mode 1. We are in mode 2. Undo that. We're in mode 2. Oh, wait. That's right. It might be more fun watching paint dry, but things need to be done. And delete this. Okay, so let me walk through my logic here. Check the target mode. Target mode D. If that is equal to 0, we then check which modes are active. If 1, 2, and 3 are all set to true, we rotate to the next mode. If it's 1, we set the mode to 2. Just got the Shiba. Okay. If it's 2, we switch it to 3. If it's 3, we switch it to 1. And then it's mode 1 and mode 3 that are active. That's if the 2 condition fails up top. So if 1 and 3 are active and 2 is not active, it's going to come down and check this. And in that, if this is true, it'll check which mode we're in. If it's 1, we switch it to 3. If it's 3, we switch it to 4. If it's 1 that fails, and so 2 and 3 are active, it'll come down here, fall into this loop. And if it's 2, it'll switch it to 3. If it's 3, it'll switch it to 2. Otherwise, it falls out of this completely. And then we'll be looking at if mode 1 is active. So the target will be switched to mode 1. In which case, we wouldn't update this because this is going to. All we need to do is to call the button with the new information. All 3 of these are good. So all of these statements are just updating the top bar. What commands outside of switch statements? What's outside of a switch statement? Complaining about that. It won't let me put a comment there. That's strange. Because here's gonna get the current mode and the target mode. Which makes me want to look back at this again. Calling these in the wrong order. updating the current mode, I'm going to offset this by 50. That may have been what part of the problem was before. It was firing the commands in the wrong order, changing the mode, and then switching to top changer. And top changer needed the old mode information to perform the switch. So I need to perform the switch first, and then update the mode. Otherwise, problem. And those adjustments. Okay, so now, I'm going to get the current mode and the target mode, and they're going to have the correct values. Okay, so now, what timer is going to do, this will help the hard with this. Is fantasy. Are you top time? And all you are going to do but trigger button. Up decider every 21 seconds. That's all you're gonna do. Okay. Slow that down. 5 seconds. Now, if I run this button, we should be golden. I need to save this. Here, we're looking at these variables. Bam, do the button. It might, but once I actually get it fixed, it's not going to be that much of a problem for you to get it back. Okay, where we are having an issue. Calling the wrong button? Oh. Yeah, it would help if I named it correctly. Mood decider. Now, the top timer button should call itself every 5 seconds. Not calling itself. And it exploded. Okay. Why did you explode? Okay. Button command there. Click up timer. Trigger button. Command line 0. Error in active number 1. Step event. Well, it worked that time. Literally nothing different. I deleted that exact thing and put that exact thing back in there, and now it works? Question mark? Oh, making my brain melt. Okay, so now it's working. I need to set target mode to 0. That's what I mean when I say this little program almost has things correct. Every once in a while it does something very weird and very strange that I'm just gonna call a Microsoft error. Yeah. Because back coming through college, I was learning Visual Basic and Visual Studio, and we were using Microsoft Access, and sometimes everything is right and it doesn't work and there's no explanation, so you delete it and do it again exactly the same way, and now it works. That's a Microsoft error, is what that is. Okay, I need to set a button variable. Mode slider button variable name. Target node D. Set it to 0, and then call the button. Don't do it the other way around. Good lord, just melt. Okay, now when I run the button, it should switch that to mode 1. Or it doesn't do anything. Now, did I name something wrong? Target mode D. Root of all evil coding. Okay, so I'm going to open the variable window. Mode, and bam, top timer. Changes are not happening. The mode is changing. So that is, every time I press this button, it switches to a new mode. For some reason, it's not actually switching the mode. Okay, so I don't need to look at the initialized variable. Why is this not firing? If target mode is 0, go in here and you should check if mode 1, 2, and 3 active are true. Okay, so that's true. mode and target mode. Do I have? Oh, there's no target mode. Okay, that's what's not changing. So in addition to what I'm doing here, I have to change target mode. Before I fire the variable. The button, not the variable. Fire the variable. What's that? What does that even mean? I don't know. Okay. Set local variable. Set local variable. Target. To 2. Okay, now when I push the button, almost. 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2. Okay, it's working now. Ha ha ha, it's working. Okay, so now I only need to make this button call itself every 21 seconds, and we should be good. It should like switch between the things now and not explode. Okay. Next step. Make this button call itself every 21 seconds. I'm going to start with 5 seconds because I want to see this trigger button, trigger top timer, and trigger top timer every 5 seconds. 50,000 is 5 seconds in milliseconds, right? And then I hit the button. Do I have too many milliseconds? I might have too many milliseconds. I think I have too many milliseconds. Okay. Am I bringing in the wrong digit? Hey, it's working. Every 5 seconds, it's changing the top to the next mode. Success. And it doesn't look like there's any kind of hitches or anything in there. Everything is disappearing when it should, reappearing when it should. Lovely. Okay, so now, if I change this to 21, every 21 seconds, that button should fire and change the top of this. Every 21 seconds, that should happen. So, while we're waiting for that, oh, there it goes. Bam. So I think 21 seconds is plenty of time to look up top and see something that's happening up top. Now, the music selector. Down here at the end of things, and this right here. When the music selector fires, it should click the top timer button. It should set the target mode to 1, and then click the top timer button. So we're on number 1 right now. Now we're on 3, so I click this. I'm calling the wrong button. Mode decider. Okay, now. So it will automatically swap from what it's doing. Now let's see if the top timer button catches the new mode. It does, and then I hit this button again. We go back to mode 1 because the song updated, because I want to show you what song is currently playing. And does top timer catch that we switch back to mode 1 and swap us into mode 2? It does. It does. It works. Haha, it works. It's alive. I guess I could go with Doc Brown. I finally invented something that works. Okay. So, that part's working. Good. Great. On we go. Now, if loop is set to 1, the music selector button should call itself in the amount of time and that's right? Milliseconds are just seconds multiplied by 1,000, right? I'm right with that, I think. I think. I need to double check, my brain is failing me. Second is equal to 1,000 milliseconds. Yes. Okay, so I take song length, which is in seconds, and I multiply by 1,000, and that becomes a reset timer length, which has to be in milliseconds. So when the song starts playing, you get the song length in seconds, you get the reset timer in milliseconds. Does the decimal matter? Is that killing it? I don't know. Anyway. And we set milliseconds to the delay activation of the button calling itself again. Ads. Oh, yep. Yep, there were ads. The initialization set for these variables should change back to 1. 3001. Okay, and now those buttons are working correctly, or should be working correctly. Save the deck. Invite invalid. Oh no. Why is my invite invalid? That doesn't make any sense. Um, Okay, I am fixing it. Stream elements, bot check commands, custom commands. Okay. I forgot to send that off. Bam. Okay, that one should work. There. Now it should be working. Also, music has stopped. And I found an issue with Discord as well just now. Why are these things out of order again? No. When you have streamer mode on in Discord, it hides certain information that it considers like sensitive, like other people's usernames and URLs and things like that. And one of the things it hides is the URL to the link right there. It says hidden. What's right here? Hidden. Use copy button. And this is written in the field where the link normally appears. But the problem with this is that the copy button just copies what's in that field. So when they changed it to hidden use copy button, it doesn't copy the link that's hidden. It copies the phrase hidden use copy button. Why is this activating in... Okay, this is broken again. Why is it activating randomly? That's not even every 5 seconds. So much easier in the Commodore 64 days. Yeah. Yes and no. This is what I mean by this if you watch up here, this is changing randomly now. Whereas this is only supposed to activate every 21 seconds. So this program, Sammy, has a problem counting. And eventually, if you just let a timer run, it doesn't take long for the timer to completely lose track of what it's trying to count and just activate the button constantly. And I found no clear way around that. Because it's not activating this button every 21 seconds. It's activating it immediately back to back to back. And if I close the whole program down and open it back up, it stops. Then I click this, and it'll go once every 21 seconds for a little while until it just forgets what it's doing and it starts firing constantly all over again. The only thing that needs to have a delay set on it is this right here, because it's going to call itself. So this button, I want this button to loop as an internal timer every 21 seconds, because I want that top bar to change by itself to the other modes that are active. I do have a problem with this bar, and this should be working currently. It called the other two, but it didn't change the mode. Okay, and it shouldn't, because the other two modes are not active. But you see, it just called that button 3 times in a row. And it shouldn't be triggering that fast. I mean, there shouldn't be a Q on this button. So what could be happening? Okay. Appearance. Take a look. Now, go in here. Um, and let's start this. Target mode 1. Lovely. Then if I go here and I click top timer, it says target mode 0. Okay, so it's active and it's working, even though it's in a different deck. So now that should the constructor that builds everything at the start of the stream should now automatically call the top timer. And now that I have the decider and the changer, I can probably put these in here too. Stop that music. Okay. So these are what I'm working on right now. This other stuff should be fine correctly. So I'm gonna restart both Sammy and the deck. for the constructor. I also need to make sure that the constructor calls a mode decider. So now I'm going to send a shifter over. Game start. Did it work? Do I need to set the target mode here? It's not calling that button. Well, one, I don't have the button name. Would break everything. Okay, so now if I send this over, no song playing. Why did that not update? And I should be able to see that top timer button now fire all every 21 seconds. And nothing else should be touching that button. didn't set mode 1 to active. I'm not setting mode 1. Go back here and look at music. That's the problem right there. Mode selector. Mode decider. Mode 1 active. Okay. So now, when I go back and look at this, so now every 21 seconds, that top bar should swap back and forth between the music and the arrivals. Now we wait. And if it switches, we should be good. It just turned off. Why? Why you turn off? And it comes to my attention that I need to call the mode decider button again. Right here. Button. Mode decider. 50. That way, it'll switch it back to oh, and I need to set target mode. So that when the music stops, it automatically switches back to target mode 1. So I need to set button variable mode decider, variable name, target mode D, and we want to set that back to 3. So that when this button runs, it switches it back to the top. Okay. So when the music starts, it'll switch it to 1, and then the timer should still be running. And then when it stops, it'll switch it back to 3, and the timer should still be going. And we'll make it to where it changes. The first thing it does is shut off the music. The sixth thing it does is delete the song. And I just saw it trigger So that's good. So we'll save that and then start the music for one song round. Meanwhile, in music selector, yeah, I mean I have that set right. Okay. So it swapped it to 1, which is good. And now 21 seconds later, it should swap it back to 3. Or it turns off the music and then swaps it back to 3. Come on. Work like you're supposed to. Okay, well that part worked like it was supposed to. So now the okay, so the start and stop buttons work. This timer button is still giving me an issue. I mean, can I do it like that? Okay, so we're going to close Sammy and open it back up. Okay, and now I'm going to treat it as if the stream just started. And that should have called that button. So I can turn this back on while we are waiting. So in 21 seconds, we should see this button fire and there'll be a gradient counting down on it. When that fires, it should fire this button, which will fire that button. Okay, I need a way to monitor this. We create a local variable called number run. Let's see if this fires. Well, I see the timer counting down on it. when that reaches the bottom, it should shoot off again. Number of runs undefined. How is it undefined? How are you? How? I mean, it's quite clearly defined. Undefined. Are you really gonna make me put an if statement in here to declare this thing? Actually, maybe as simple as. Okay, it's not as simple as that. It is literally they're making. For some reason, this button wants to be Java, while the other buttons are C, Mumber. If number of runs is null, that number is 0. Otherwise, increment number of runs. I don't know why I have to instantiate this particular variable when I've not had to do that with any of the other variables that I've done. Yes, it's probably good practice to instantiate all of your variables, but I learned to program with C. Okay. Variable instantiated now.
I'm gonna have to science the shit out of this.
So if I click this button, why is it still undefined? Why are you still undefined? Okay. It's tickering down. We will let it get to the end, and then it should not be undefined anymore, because in every instance look. Why? Why is it treating it like a string? What is going on? Why are you why? Instantiation doesn't matter for some reason. I mean, it's a number. Not a string. I'm that can be 0. I don't understand why it's declaring this variable as a string when I need it to be an integer? I mean, it doesn't allow me to specifically declare it an integer. Now it's an integer. Now it's a string. If number runs is null, this. This. Now that should create that variable as an integer the first time it runs. But it didn't create it at all. Well, how does that work? And that's why that was working. Push the button to begin number of runs at 0. I wait 21 seconds, I push the button again, and it should increment it by 1. Okay, now that's finally decided to start working. I don't know why, when I built this structure 15 minutes ago, that it didn't work then, but it does work now. Okay. Anyway. I need this button to call itself somehow. We'll give it 5 seconds. Okay, it seems to be ticking now. Now my idea of what's happening is if I do this. That now it's gonna tick 3 times in rapid succession. Yeah. So it's keeping track of every time I had clicked the button. And that was what was causing it to trigger at apparent random times. which is why I moved it to a section that says do not touch, so that the only time this button will be triggered is when the constructor calls it, when the stream starts. Okay, so save this, shut Sammy off and turn it back on. And nothing's happened. And then I'm going to tell it that the stream has started, and the constructor should now call the top timer button in addition to the other things that it does. And now the timer button should start counting every 5 seconds. Okay, it appears to be working. And nothing is changing up top because we're just passing around mode 3. Okay, so now with that functioning, if I come over here to the music and I say we're going to start the music, it should switch us into mode 1. And then the button triggers and switches us into mode 3. And then the button triggers again and should switch us back to mode 1. I could turn off the music so you don't have a music catastrophe happening in your ears. Okay, I'm gonna call this functioning correctly. It seems to be functioning correctly. So when I go back and I change that time from 5 seconds to 21 seconds, you metalhead, you're used to it. So I'm gonna change this from 5 to 21. Okay. It's a beautiful song, by the way. Blues theme from Mega Man 3. Blues is Proto Man's name in Japan. So in Rockman, he's called Blues. Because all the robots in Mega Man are named after types of music. So you have Blues, you have Rock Man, you have his dog Roll, Rock and Roll. Everybody in Mega Man is named after music. That spin-off series, it had bass and forte. Like, they're all music. Except when they came to America. Then all of a sudden it's Mega Man instead of Rockman. Although Roll got to keep being Roll, Blues became Proto Man for some reason. And now it should trigger the stop button. Which switches us back to 1. And now when I check out these variables, mode 1 is no longer active. So even though the top timer button is still going, it shouldn't switch us off of this because there's nothing to see on mode 1 currently. Okay, and it just popped and nothing changed. Okay. Finally. I have all of that fixed. Now, I want to give you guys in chat the ability to switch the song, right? To pop it to the next song, or to go back to the previous song. In order to do that, I need the music selector to have two arrays, one containing previous songs played, and one containing current songs. And I need the logic every time the music selector button is pushed to note whether or not we're going to be selecting a new piece of music or selecting a previously played piece of music. Ideally, I wouldn't want to do this with an array. I would want to do this with a linked list. I don't even want to think about building a data structure in this environment. It's just, it sounds painful. So I can clear an array. Take a look at what I can do with variables here. Array insert, array remove. I have a lot of things with array. Insert, remove. I don't have pop. Chat does not need control of the music. But what if I want? What if I want chat to have control of the music? I need to look at the Sammy. What do these values do exactly? Oh, ow! Ow. Okay. Create array creates the array. Another array replace. Places a value inside the array, overriding the previous one. All values remains the same. Array pull. Remove a value from the array and save it inside the selected variable. You have control of enough stuff. Yay, super mushroom. Which kind of Pokeball did you hit me with? An Ultra Ball. Oh yeah, that does a lot of damage. The Ultra Ball does quite a bit of damage. So I have pull, but I don't have push. Alrighty. Join arrays together and shuffle an array. insert is basically push. Okay, so I need create array. Because I need to push values into the array. I need to pull values out of the array. What else would I need to do to the array? I think it's just push pull. Do these, I'm gonna need okay, with these 6 commands, I should be able to build this entire system. So we create the 2 arrays. I need to create a variable that is current song, local variable, current song. And we'll just leave that null for the moment. So we create the current song variable, we create the previous songs array and the next songs array. And then I push current song and the previous songs, and I can push current song into next songs. And then I can pull the top off of previous songs and make that the current song, and I can pull the top off of next songs and make that the current song. So these are the 7 things that I need to add to the music selector minus the logic. And because I want these to be redeemed, they're going to have to be on separate buttons. So I'm going to have to fundamentally change how music selector is working. I would say, how long did I say I wanted these to be? 255. I don't want to generate that many. Let's check all of these. Copy them. Go to previous. Next. Okay, so that's the wrong one. If previous I'm gonna need to get the array length. Okay, there is. Okay. I need the command array size. Hmm. Okay. So if previous song length is greater than 0, which means there is something in that array, take the top value of the array and set it as the current song. Otherwise, there's no previous song. And that's all this button needs to do, yeah? Yeah, so we call this button. Just take the previous song, make it the current song, and if there's no previous song, it's just going to say there's no previous song. And then it needs to we're going to need to set button variable and then call the button. Shoot a button. We're going to call this song S. If it exists, previous, pull the top position from previous song, set that to current song. Then we're going to here. So we're going to need to push out the array to the next song array. Clean this up a little bit. When the button starts, we want to pull the current song, pull the top song off of the array, set that to current song P, and then we send that to the music. But then we also want to pull the get button. Pull. Okay, so the first thing we do is we get the current song S and we set this to so we're going to go to the music selector button, we're going to get current song S, we're going to set that to the next song E, then we're going to go to the next song A, top and choose the next song P. That's also going to be button push. We're going to go to the next song button. And we're going to get that button. Next song. And this is going to be so we're going to get the current song. We're going to pass that to the next song button. Is there a way to push into an array that is on a different button? I mean, yeah, I could do it with another variable. So that's going to get the current song, and then I need to pass the current song to the next song button. Then I need to trigger the next song button. Push value of 1. And that's going to let me know that I am putting a song on the top of that array. I need to do a check for the creation of the array. Yes, I am just building logic at the moment. If previous song is null, create the previous song array. Otherwise, do nothing and get the previous song in. Then if it's greater than 0, we go into the actual logic, which is pushing the next song into the array. Sure, I'm commenting here. Okay, so we're going to check if the array exists. If it's null, create it, right? So if the array is equal to nothing, make the array. Otherwise, do nothing. That way, the array will always exist. Either it already exists, and then it's not equal to nothing, or it is equal to nothing, and we need to make it. That's what that does. And then this is going to create a variable called previous song length, which tells me how long the previous song array is. So there's one song in there, 0 songs in there. That'll tell. That's what that's going to tell. Those should be set. Now, for the actual logic, if previous song length is greater than 0, the first thing we need to do is take the current song and put it into the next song array. So we get the current song from the music selector button. We save that as next song P. Then we go to the button next song, and there's going to be a variable over there called next song N. And we're going to save the value from next song P into next song N. And then we're going to send another variable to next song push, and we're going to set that value to 1 to let that button know that what we're doing when we call it this time is we're putting another song onto its array, and then we call the button. Okay, so I'm gonna please copy that over here, paste that up here, check if the array exists, and this array is going to be called next song, and if the array does not exist, create the array. Perfect. The length of the array, because we're probably going to need that. Good. Now, we also want to declare a local variable here called push. Push is not created. The push to 0. So this is going to make sure that push and next song are always here. And then we get the length of the array and put that there. You can actually put that in here. Okay, then we need an if statement. If no, we can do this with a switch statement better. Two cases. Zero and 1. That is why I called it a yeah. if we are pushing on to we are pushing onto the array. Next song ends at the top of the array. And then if we're not, this previous. Song. Save this as next ID. Saying that current song. We're going to get current song from the selector and assign that to current song next. And then we're going to go to the button previous song to the variable there. Previous song safety. Good to note that it's on previous. And then we're going to pass that current song in. And then we're going to pass that variable push so it doesn't get confused. Set that to 1 and then we're going to call the previous song. Okay, so clear the array, we get the length of it. If we are pushing, then we will have the next song variable that we just put on the top of the array. If we're not pushing, we're going to the next song. song. But we wouldn't be calling the music selector. So we push the current song. Okay. I think this works. I think. Yes, right? Okay, so we got the same variables being declared on the previous versions here. Now, if next song is being selected, it's going to pass a push value over here. Which is going to do that. So if we're not pushing, then that means that this button is being called to go back to the previous song. So we're going to take the current song from there. Current song P. Button ID for next song. And then push. So let's go push that over there. Okay, so we're gonna get the current song. We're gonna assign it to the next song variable. Then I'm gonna I'm already doing that. So I'm passing the song name over right there and the push value right there. So it'll take the current song and it'll put that into the next song list. Then right here, I need to pull the value out of the array. Then after I get the current song, I send it to the next button. I send the push value to the next button. And then I call the next button. Then I take the previous song, copy it right here, and then I send that to current S. Then I go to the music selector button and I make that the current song in the music selector, and then I call the music selector button. Okay. Let's move this up here. Let's copy this button. I can move that over there and move this over. So this one I'm going to leave untouched because it currently works. But this one, it needs a new variable called current song S. Since I'm going to be using this as a direct change, this does need to be fixed. I realized that I didn't actually put any button calls or passes over to that, the other button. So I need set button variable. Button ID is coming in. Previous song. Then all the Oh, it would help if I named the button. Okay. It exploded. Okay, so just gotta wait here. Invalid array. It really does not like passing things back and forth to arrays. If the array doesn't exist, create the array. Are persistent variables on? They are. Current song and the previous song are undefined. It's not defined at all. We'll set previous song. You should create it there and set. Slam check. I should have done that. This all I want to do is push. Leave that as a theory. Now, select local variable command line 25. Okay, well, it's not crashing anymore, but nothing should be calling that. Should be passing a variable over here. I don't think we're getting it. Resetting it to this. Okay, so we're getting the previous song here now. We're not pushing it to the array. Let's try forcing it into positions. Push P is equal to 0. We're not setting the push value over here. Oh, it doesn't look like we are. Okay. Could be the problem. Let's turning push P. Okay, now we're getting the songs in the array. Lovely. Okay, so when the music selector button calls itself again, it should also do this and push the next song over here so it can be added to this previous song. Unless I just put this array, but that would mean encapsulating the entire thing in a statement. That would be running constantly. And I wouldn't be able to interrupt it. Okay, yeah. So I need to have it separated out. So the song it passes in is there. And it puts that at the top of the array. in essence, building a stack that is FIFO. First in, first out. Or no, LIFO. This is a LIFO stack. Last in, first out. I mean, that's simple enough right there to see what that's doing. We're creating an array and we're getting the array lim. And then we get the push value working. Save that. Then we look over here. Can I get away with not having that? Yeah. In the actual music selector button, So I wonder if if Khan wasn't right and this is something I shouldn't implement. Because I just thought of a problem. What if I'm playing a game and I want the music on? I mean, I can easily enough turn this selection of buttons off. But if someone then uses a channel redeem, which I can't easily turn on and off, it could potentially either trigger the button even though the button's off, or they waste their points, which I have to go back and redeem. I mean, I have the tech for it, but I don't know if it'll be an actual good idea. I'm letting the audience see what's playing. That should be enough. I'm gonna have a big enough variety. So I'm gonna remove this. We'll just have these here. Okay. So I should be able to start the music looping right here. And now, to update this, all I have to do is go to where the music's at. It's only right here. We're just looking at this folder. And all I have to do is drop a new song into this folder that's named like this, with the name of the song, space dash space, the name of the game, space dash space, the name of the artist, .mp3. I make sure the songs are following that naming convention. I drop a new song into this folder, and it takes care of the rest. So I'm
And it
curious if it's gonna
exploded.
switch. And it exploded. No, it did. No, it did not explode. Not yet. Not this time. But I do have this nice Simon Says little button thing here that I'm going to move to my Stream Deck, so I can just push a button here on the Stream Deck and start and stop the music. So yeah, I need to come over here, hide this. How do I make this hidden? Is that top changed? Does I push the button? I'm gonna have to go check that out. In this. Oh, that button didn't get clicked because Sammy crashed all those times, and I never actually told it to restart that button. Yay! Now, if I can only figure out how to hide this. Oh, bam! There it is. Okay, now. Every 21 seconds, that should be swapping, and every time a new song comes on, it should swap. Yeah, and then if I hit this button to stop the music, it'll swap back here, and it won't change anymore. And then if I start the music up again, okay. I told you I was going to finish the music engine thing today. Yay, success. Okay. What do? Next. Let's go back over here to my to-do next. No, I figured out the new arrivals thing. And I finished the music engine. Move that from the to-do list. I'm going to add so I got my moderator Lojo's opinion on this. But since you're here, Khan, I would like to get your opinion on it as well. Currently the way that I'm streaming is like this. So if I'm streaming a game, like I'll turn on Elgato here. You can see that the game takes up all of this space here in the background, and my avatar is over top of the game, and the little like boxes and everything are over top of the game as well. Like the text box is down here, and when there's stuff in the background, it's kind of hard to see, and the little people walk back and forth. So this is how I've been streaming for like the past couple of months. But prior to this, I had live streams that were like this, right? So I had the bar along the top, this big section along the side, and a big section down here. And the game has, oh no. Oh no. Okay. Okay, so while Khan is stuck in ad land, let's move music up here. We'll put the do not touch up there. I think I'm gonna rename this to start seeing. And I think I can just change this to it too. Don't know if there's anything else I'm gonna need to add to that specifically. Sleeping on the job. I need to get those fixed. And I think there's more initialization things here. Okay, ads should be back. So as I was saying, previously when I was streaming, I had this border thing around here that gave a place here to like put titles and stuff like that. And what I was thinking was reinstituting this, since I have the top bar up here anyway, that I put this border here back around it. And what this will do is give me a place to put my avatar over here that isn't covering up any parts of the game window, so you can see the whole game window right there. I can put chat behind me right here with the new chats appearing up top and then going down. And then put other things like my health bar and stuff like around this part right here. So my question is, which would you more prefer? This here where I'm blocking part of the screen and stuff, but you get a bigger game screen? Or this where you get to see all of the game screen, but the game screen is smaller and other information for the stream is provided around the outside? And I don't know who started chopping the wad up into sections here, but I didn't do this. I just uploaded the WADs and let them go. Somebody else has been dividing sections, or maybe YouTube has been doing that. I don't know. Not the same game. Anyway. So sounds good. The new one sounds good, or the way I'm currently doing it sounds good. Okay, so you like the current way, not the blue borders. So we are tied. I need a tiebreaker. I think I'll ask Lady. She can be the tiebreaker. Because my mod said this would be nice because they get to see more of the screen. So it's 1-to-1. Need a tiebreaker. Anyway. Okay, so creating that new layout and the socials. No, my mod is cool. You've met my mod, Lojo. Bombs around here from time to time. I don't know. Joking with mods. They have hammers. I still think that there was something going on with the speed at which that music. Well, I'm gonna make it look a lot better than that. What I'm doing with the top bar up here and it being animated and stuff. Yeah, I want to make the chat look like a little bit easier to see, and I do kind of want to do that. I considered putting like a dark border behind the chat over here. But there is information that I would like to show in addition to like the game and stuff. I've also considered just making like a smaller little window for me, like down here in this corner area, or having both of them set up. I don't know. I like the bar at the top that
I'm gonna have to science the shit out of this.
Yes. I'm going to figure it out. I like the bar at the top that has all the info up there, and being able to switch and push new info up there. And so I'm already shrinking the screen.
I find your lack of faith disturbing.
I'm already shrinking the screen a little bit in order to accommodate that bar. So yeah, I'll have to do some brainstorming and figure out what exactly I'm going to do with it. The main issue is the size of the screen, right? Because that is, if I full screen this, you can kind of see how it would be. So the game screen would be taking up this much, and I would be taking up about this much space, and then the chat Originally in this layout, I had the chat where it currently is on that blue bar. But I'm thinking I'm gonna take the chat and I'm gonna put it right over here behind me instead of having the game logo there. And I'll still have this blue bar up top changing out, and then right here I'll have the social media scrolling, and then right here I'll have the chat right behind me. And then over here I'll have the game, but the problem is there's this space right here that is not going to be taken up by the game, because it only takes up like this much room. Now, different games I play at different screen ratios are going to take up more space. So this would fix that problem a little bit. So if I'm playing like a classic NES game that's in a 4x3 instead of 16:9, it's going to be more of a square screen that's going to go down here and take up a lot of this space. But then I also have the issue of if I play a DS game, I'm going to have two screens. One screen with the main game on it, and then one screen with the like inputs and stuff on it. And there is enough room to just shrink that second screen down and drop it down here at the bottom, so that you can see what's happening on the second screen, like in like overall reference. So I think this gives me more flexibility to do things. And if I'm running like a sub goal, I can put it like right here. Yeah, I think this gives me a little more flexibility. But then implementing it, I want to implement this with the same level of design that I put on this top bar right here. So when sections are changing, it'll just pull the whole piece like out of the frame and then slide the new piece in. Yeah. And I'm thinking about having my Stinger update like that as well.
I'm okay. Hey, just a few bitty Bugs Bunny to work out in. Out.
I still need to change the volume of that.
Functionality.
So I think this is what I'm gonna dive into tomorrow. I'm gonna dive into this border and getting the border and everything set up and hopefully working, because I have the basic parts already working. Like I have the social media thing working, and I have the pieces. I think they're in here. Ow. The pieces of my, yeah, here's the overlay. So yeah, this is the border overlay that I was using. Ow. Murdered with a pie. I'm back. Yeah, this, anyway. This is the border that I was using. So I can easily chop this up and do fun things with it. Pie is a lie and the cake is fake. But the cake is a lie. And this is my Stinger. yeah, this that you see when I'm changing scenes is something else that I'm gonna update, because all of these games are from my first little bit streaming. Hi, Con. Yeah, the water bucket doesn't do damage, but the pie does do damage. It does a small amount of damage, but it still does damage. So I think I'm gonna update this stinger as well. I don't know. I kind of like it the way it is. You think it needs to be updated? I think there are a couple of things that I could do to make it better. So I'm thinking I can update this version, this picture here of my model, and I could put a divider line right here and show two separate games right here. I can change this to a more exciting scene. I like the Spider-Man down here. I like the cutscene from FF9 right here, and I kind of like the Zelda one right here. These three, so I can split that into two, and then have 4 more games displayed right there. And then on this panel over here where I'm displayed, I'm thinking about either like I could do like the pie emote over there, where I have a pie and I just kind of like look at the screen, or the bucket or something like that over here in this section. Just kind of update the singer a little bit, and I might even be able to cut this in half and do 2 smaller games right there. That is definitely changing too quickly and cutting off some of those songs. So these are going to be the next things that I look at. Swapping, updating just the general look and the stinger and all of that. Yeah, so as far as how it's coming in, I still like that. Okay, so yeah, that's gonna be my game plan. For tomorrow, we're gonna start with the artwork for the layout and the socials, and the stinger. Yes. And I'm gonna work on the timing of this music button a little bit to kind of lock that in. Yeah. So right now, let's see who's out there in Raid Land doing stuff that we can raid. Write that down. Who can we raid out to? Oh yeah, there's a new Nintendo Direct today, wasn't there? Okay, let's raid out to Ellie. She's doing some cool stuff. Yeah, so we'll drop a raid on Ellie. It looks like she's playing 33 Immortals. And I will be back tomorrow with more streaming stuff where I start digging into the artwork and everything for the stream. For the new layout and for the socials. Alrighty, well, that's going to be it for today. I will catch you guys on the flip side. Nari out.